two. Testing 1, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 2. Testing 1, 2, 2. Testing 2, 2. 1, 1, 2. 2. Testing 2, 2. Yes. 1, 2. 2, 2. Testing 2, 2. Hey. 1, 2, 2. 2.
Well, 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. Look, okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Couple of 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Dumelang, Dumelang. Dumelang, Dumelang. 1, 2. Dumelang. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2. About.
Testing 1, 2. Yes. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. 1, 1, 2. 2, 2. 3, 4, 5.
It's low. Okay, can we set this mic? Set up. Set up this one. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2, yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2. Yes. 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. 1, 1, 2. 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This one is not working. It's working.
Testing 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. 1, 1, 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2. Yes. 1, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. Testing 1 2. Yes. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Yes. 1 1 2. 2 2 2 2 2. Yeah yeah yeah. 1 1 2. Hey.
re ba respecte, re fetise process eo. Ha process eo e fela, re tlo kgutlang hape, re tleng ka moholong, program e qale. Re a le kopa batho ba Modimo, ke kopa re fela re yeng ka ntle, re etsa guard of honor, and then be re kgutla. Thank you very much.
Testing 1, 2, 2. Hey. 1, 1, 2, 2. 2. Hey. Testing 1, 2, 2.
Deployed to assist police operations, first in Joza Township outside Grahamstown on 6 October and then Soweto the following morning. Radio Freedom welcomed the deployments as a sign of the apartheid regime's desperation, declaring there's no way out for the Botha regime. Botha's guns and batons are falling. On 23 October, military repression accelerated in earnest with the launch of Operation Palmiet, Afrikaans for Bull Rush, in Sebokeng and 3 nearby townships, Sharpeville, Boipatong, and Bupilong. As part of a campaign to rid the area of criminal and revolutionary elements, a heavily armed joint force of 7,000 police and South African Defence Force members cordoned off the township and conducted a house-to-house search of about 19,500 houses, accommodating an estimated 225,000 people. After being searched in their home and at roadblocks, residents were given labels or ink to wear to prove they had been vetted and were allowed to move around. The labels bore the printed slogan, "I'm your friend, trust me," while stamps on people's hand read, "Friendly Forces." The Washington Post said that it was the biggest crackdown on political dissent ever mounted in South Africa, as well as the first time that the military had been employed so openly to quell racial dissent. Almost immediately after troops completed their phased withdrawal from the Vaal on 24 October, a crowd of some 2,000 residents gathered in Sebokeng to confront the remaining police contingents, starting a fresh round of street fighting, while more than 70,000 children in the area launched an impromptu school boycott. The military were forced to return to the area on 31 October. On 27 October, at a meeting of 37 political, civic and labor organizations in Johannesburg, COSAS reiterated a prior call for workers to support the youth's demands and oppose the heavy-handed state response to the uprising. The meeting resolved to form an ad hoc joint committee, the Transvaal Regional Stay Away Committee, which would coordinate a 2-day stay away. In a major development, trade unions, notably the largest union, the Federation of South African Trade Unions, but also the Council of Mining Unions and the Metal and Allied Workers Union, overcame their prevailing tendency towards political absenteeism and participated. The stay away, held on 5 to 6 November, was a resounding success. On competing estimates, between 40% and 60% of workers in Johannesburg did not attend work on the first day, and the government said that 250,000 students had not attended school. Saul, the state-owned energy corporation, announced that it had fired 90% of its workforce, 6,000 workers, for participating. The work stoppage was accompanied in some areas by further violence and arson, met by police tear gas and rubber bullets. 10 people were reported killed on the first day and a further 7 on the second. At the end of the stay away, it was estimated that since 3 September, there had been a total of 97 killings, more than 500 injuries, and about 2,000 arrests. Over Christmas, the UDF called for supporters to observe a Black Christmas, a form of consumer boycott, among other things, to mourn the casualties. This led to a fortnight of comparative calm, excepting a large-scale confrontation on Christmas Day in Sharpeville, where a large crowd had clashed with police after returning from a Black Christmas event at the graves of those killed. Violence broke out again in PWV after Boxing Day. The increased presence of state security forces in the townships led to a proliferation of opportunistic violence against the forces members who, if present in small enough numbers or if they had run out of ammunition, became a frequent target for stone throwing. Violence remained most consistent and most severe in the Vaal and surrounding areas, but by the end of 1985, it had affected most of the country's townships. In June 1985, the state indicted 22 senior VCA and UDF activists on treason charges for their alleged role in instigating the uprising. The Delmas treason trial ultimately resulted in 11 convictions, 4 on the original charge of treason and 7 others for terrorism. The large number of arrests effected during the uprising also resulted in other trials, such as that of the Sharpeville 6, and more commonly in lengthy detentions without trial. In December 1987, the Weekly Mail counted that since the outbreak of the uprising in September 1984, 44 Black people had been sentenced to hang for related killings. 5 of them had already hung. Vigilante violence was a key feature of the Vaal Uprising. Armed primarily with stones and petrol bombs, in some relative uncommon cases with hand grenades and guns, the more militant among the uprising participants not only waged a war of attrition against security forces, but also harassed and in many cases executed individuals whom they viewed as collaborators of the apartheid regime. In many accounts, the uprising marked the beginning of a sharp upswing in political mobilization in South Africa and thus profoundly altered power relations and ushered the beginning of the end of the apartheid. The Vaal Uprising was a period of popular revolt in black townships in apartheid South Africa, beginning in the Vaal Triangle on 3 September 1984, sometimes known as the Township Revolt, and driven by both local grievances and by opposition to apartheid. The uprising lasted 2 years and affected most regions of the country. The government of P.W. Botha did not succeed in curbing the violence until after it imposed a national state of emergency in June 1986. The uprising began on 3 September in the Vaal Triangle, an industrial region south of Johannesburg, where the local Vaal Civic Organization had organized a stay away to protest rent increases. It's the deadliest day of protesting since the 1976 Soweto uprising. There were an estimated 300 injuries and 29 fatalities, some of whom were black local councillors executed by protesters. Over the next year, civic association and students' organizations carried the riots to other areas of the country. From late 1984, in what marked a new phase of united mass action in opposition politics, protesters received support from the emerging trade union movement, including from the Federation of South African Trade Unions. The national state of emergency is viewed as having dampened the uprising by the end of 1986, but continuous protest and intermittent violence remained a feature of township life until negotiations to end apartheid were completed in 1994. Although the Vaal Uprising is credited with having motivated black civil society to carry out the final phase of opposition to apartheid, it also marked the beginning of an unprecedented upswing in political violence in South Africa, much of which set black groups against each other. The key national political development in the run-up to the uprising was the introduction of a package of political reforms by the South African government, then led by P.W. Botha. The government proposed that it would maintain the system of racial separation known as apartheid, while also providing for increased political representation of non-white groups. A new constitution and a package of 3 laws, known as the Koonhof Bills, named after Minister Piet Koonhof, would achieve this by establishing a tricameral parliament with separate junior houses for coloureds and Indians respectively, and by expanding the powers of community councils in black townships, henceforth known as black local authorities. Because these reforms provided only superficial political representation for non-whites, they were viciously opposed by most of the anti-apartheid movement. The first elections to black local authorities took place in late 1983 with very poor turnout. The first election to the tricameral parliament in 1984 were marred by a successful boycott campaign spearheaded by the United Democratic Front and its affiliates. Although the Vaal Uprising marked the beginning of an open and sustained revolt, it was preceded by an underground war or a series of localized confrontations. For example, clashes in Pietermaritzburg in 1982, in Durban and Mdantsane in 1983, and in Crossroads, Atteridgeville, Craddock, Tumahole, and the East Rand earlier in 1984. Over the same period, in Soweto and some other areas, there was a demonstrable upswing in a long-standing habit of persecutions of black local councillors. The boycott of the 1984 election, held in the last week of August, was accompanied by large-scale protests, resulting in a large number of arrests. Some of the candidates for the tricameral parliament were also targeted in petrol bomb attacks. The uprising is named for the place it began, the black township of the Vaal Triangle, an industrial area about 45 miles south of Johannesburg in Transvaal's PWV region. In this region, the Vaal Civic Association and other local activists held a series of meetings in August 1984 about proposed rent increases. On 2 September, they resolved that residents should protest the increases by refusing to pay them and by staying away both from school and from work the following day. Thus, on 3 September, protesters marched through several Vaal townships in considerable numbers, delivering their demands to the Orange Vaal Development Board. In at least 3 of those townships, Sharpeville, Sebokeng, and Everton, the marches turned at an uncertain point into riots. There were also reports of violence in Boipatong in Vaal, Tembisa on the East Rand, and Mamelodi north of Pretoria. In these areas, a number of buildings were set on fire, police were attacked with petrol bombs and bricks, roads were barricaded, and a stretch of the Golden Highway in Vereeniging was closed by police after protesters stoned cars. 6 buses were set alight, and the deputy mayor of Sharpeville, Jacob Dlamini, was hacked to death in the street and then returned to his car, which was set on fire. The precise impetus for the violence is unclear. Francisca Ruidi argues that at least some of the violence was partly premeditated. Although the Vaal Civic Association intended the marches to be peaceful, there were other, more militant groupings who were not committed to non-violence. She suggests that other acts of violence, including the killing of Dlamini and other black councillors, were spontaneous and resulted from hostile interactions between crowds, police, and councillors. The South African police responded initially with tear gas and rubber bullets and then began using live ammunition. Heavily armed reinforcements were brought in and continued to battle protesters overnight. The government reported 14 fatalities, including some as a result of police countermeasures. The following morning, as rioting continued in Sharpeville, Sebokeng, and Everton, figures were raised upwards to 29 fatalities and an estimated 300 injuries, including at least a handful of injured policemen. It was therefore the bloodiest day of protest in South Africa since the 1976 Soweto Uprising. In 1976, however, the police had been responsible for the overwhelming majority of death. In Vaal, it was clear that the death had been caused by protesters as well as by police, though it was not clear in what proportions. Ruidi calculates that protesters killed 4 councillors and the rest of the victims were shot by police. The protests of 3 September turned into a popular uprising across several regions of the country, with many further deaths, 40 by the end of the first week. The unrest spread to Soweto, the country's largest township, the next week. Key figures in the early phases of the Vaal Uprising in the Vaal Triangle area were the Vaal Civic Association and the Congress of South African Students. Both were affiliates of the UDF, a nationwide popular front of civic organization which had been launched in August 1983 and which subsequently had played a leading role in boycotts of the 1984 general election. Some of UDF's affiliates in black townships, notably in Atteridgeville, Kagiso, and Soweto, had organized local campaigns against the Koen-Off bills, and in 1983, the front had boasted that its involvement had contributed to low election turnouts at the year's council elections, though, according to Jeremy Seekings, its involvement was neither intensive nor well organized. Most of the organizations at the forefront of the uprising considered themselves to be affiliates of the UDF, whether formally or informally. These included local civic associations, as well as some national structures, such as the Release Mandela Committee. However, branches of the Azanian People's Organization were also involved in parts of the Cape Province and Transvaal, as were various unaffiliated and relatively autonomous groups, particularly militant youth groups, many of which were formed during the course of the uprising. Accounts of the uprising typically accord a central role to black young adults, known in anti-apartheid movement as Young Lions or Comrades, who became the shock troop of the revolt. Their largest and most prominent organizational base was COSAS, another UDF affiliate that was founded in 1979 with a local branch in Vaal from March 1980. COSAS apparently played an important role in politicizing the youth of Vaal, including by encouraging them to support the VCA, and many of the most militant participants in the uprising were formally or informally affiliates to COSAS. When it became evident that the police was incapable of containing the uprising, the South African Defence Force was deployed to assist police operations, first in Joza Township outside Grahamstown on 6 October and then Soweto the following morning. Radio Freedom welcomed the deployments as a sign of the apartheid of uncommon cases with hand grenades and guns. The more militant among the uprising participants not only waged a war of attrition against security forces,
Nako ena jwale. Sorry. They can display. Yes. Choir e ka khutlela ditulong kapo mona ba le teng. Ke moment of silence.
Yeah, that is a national anthem.
Eba moment of silence.
How do you write? I thought it's a moment of silence.
Ha re utlwaneng he ka motsotso o re kopa re thuleng kaofela ke moment of silence, ke moment of silence. Ha ntate Moruti a etsa mosebetsi wa candle lighting. Over to you, Ntate Brits. Ha re lebohe re ka dula fatshe. You know, mosebetsi o mong le o mong ha re sena batho bana ba reng Jesu ke morena ha ona mo re yang teng. Jwale mosebetsi ona o hlonolofaditswe wa bulwa ka thapelo le ntse re tswela pele re tla ne re bana le baruti mohlomong mona ba tla kgonang hore kgothatsa le hore rapella tsela ha ntse re ya pele mathateng a mangata-ngata ana a re nang le ona Afrika Borwa ao mmuso o lekang ho rarolla le rona mme le rona re ntse re support-a re eteletse pele setjhaba sena hore mosebetsi ona re be re fihle mo re yang teng. Ka nako ya jwale ke rata ho tsebisa hore jwale re kena programming ya letsatsi. Kaofela rona re be mona ka maikutlo ka mmele ka dipelo le ka meya ya rona kaofela, so that re fitlhella tseo re tla di qoqa tseo re tla qetang ka tsona mona re ntse re tseba hore re na le tshehetso ya ketapele ya rona ya region mme re na le re sebetsa mmoho le legislature ya Gauteng. Ke rata ho qala ka item e qalang mona ha le sheba di-programme ke welcoming remarks yona re tla e fiwa ke mokhanselara Moipone Modikeng yena ke speaker sa rona mane districteng ya Sedibeng.
A ke lebohe program director Mema Mkhotsi. Ke lebohe sebaka se ke se adimang le nna kajeno. Let me first greet Honorable Ntate Thulani Kunene, Chair of Chairs Legislature ya rona ya Gauteng. Ke dumedise le mme Vuyiswa Gentile, chairperson hona legislature kwana ya petitions. Ke dumedise di survivor tsa rona le di victims tsa Vaal Uprising. Ke dumedise our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, le bana ba rona ba smart ba tsamaya le president ya bona ba tlile le bona kajeno ba batla ho tlo tseba ka history ya rona ya Vaal. Let me start by saying good morning all. It is indeed a privilege to join you today as we commemorate the 40th anniversary of September 3rd Uprising. This is an event that reminds all of us and gives us courage and determination shown by the people of the Vaal in standing against the oppressive apartheid regime. Their bravery changed the course of history and serves as a powerful example of resilience and unity. Today we honor their sacrifices and reflect on their enduring legacy. Today's event is a historic because for the first time in 4 decades, September 3rd Uprising is officially recognized by our government. And it is legislative frameworks, and also recognition is not only overdue but is crucial in ensuring that the legacy of this day is preserved and the stories of bravery and resilience are passed down to future generations. This formal acknowledgement by our government symbolizes our collective resolve to honor those who fought for our liberation. It is a step forward in addressing our historic gaps and bringing their stories into the national consciousness. This event of September 3rd, 1984, shaped the path of our struggle for freedom. It was a day when ordinary people of the Vaal, armed only with their courage and determination, took a stand against an injustice government. Their actions strengthened the national government and the movement against apartheid and countless others to join the fight for equality. Their resilience gave strength to many who felt silenced by oppression. We must remember the uprising came at a heavy cost. Families were shattered, communities bore deep scars, and lives were lost in pursuit of justice. Yet out of this pain emerged hope and strengthened determination to end oppression. Many of those who are affected are still among us, carrying the weight of those days, and it is our duty as government to support them. This is a painful chapter in our history, but it's also one of the extraordinary courage by the people of the Vaal. We must also celebrate the legacy of the Vaal Uprising. It is because their sacrifices that they stand for in those previous years that the democratic South Africa was enjoying today as young people of South Africa and the Vaal. Their bravery not only inspired the people of Sedibeng, but became a symbol of resilience and resistance for the entire nation. This legacy belongs to all of us and serves as a testament to what we can achieve when we unite for a cause. Let us take pride in this history, using it to inspire collective action towards progress. Today, as I stand here, I challenge all of us, members of the Vaal community, government leaders, civic organizations, to actively participate in preserving the legacy of September 3 uprising. Let us educate our youth about this history and involve them in the initiatives that honor our heritage. Our children must understand that the freedom that we enjoy today did not come just freely. It came at a higher price. By sharing this legacy with our young people, we empower them to take on the future with responsibility and purpose. On behalf of Sidibeng District Municipality, I would like to welcome all of you here in this significant commemoration. Let us draw inspiration from the courage of those who fought on September 3rd, 1984, and commit ourselves to build a future worthy of their sacrifice. May their bravery and vision inspire us to continue working for a South Africa where freedom and dignity are a reality for all. Let today be a tribute not only to the past, but to our shared hope for a brighter future. Let me thank you all and wish you a very meaningful and productive day as we reflect and remember September 3. Thank you very much.
Hakilebo, speaker, thank you very much. Ki ile ka etsa announcement earlier ka hore re na le interpretation e entseng e tswela pele ha ntse re le kopanong ena. Ba hloka those who need whatever you call it for interpretation, please go to the halls there behind us, then you'll get whatever you need for the language. I could only Mara, what I'm saying, kore batho ba hlokang dintho tse ba etsetsang interpretation ba tla di thola mane. A kere ke itse language ke Tsonga, Venda, isiZulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana, Afrikaans, English. Babu ale nna mane, I can't hear them. I don't know what they say. O ba batlang interpretation o tle phamise matsoho di tla tliswa ho lona o tla ipolela hore nna ke batla ya leleme le feng phamisa matsoho ba tla tla ho lona re tswela pele ka program ke a khola ba le bone re tswela pele ka program re itemeng ya e latelang. The importance of participatory democracy and the importance of representative democracy. Yona re tla ifua ke ntate Honorable Thulani Kunene, yena eleng Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Mane, Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Mere a motseba kaofela ntate Thulani mona ho rona o legislature kwana mona ho rona ke modula stulo wa region ya rona mona Sidibeng. Ke a tseba le thabetseng Daram le rona re na le ko re supa.
Dumelang. Sanbonani. Good morning. Program Director, Me Mukhotsi. Speaker sa Sidibeng, Me Mudikeng, Member of the Provincial Legislature, Me Gentile, ke bone le Councillor Raikane, Me Raikane, Commander Tsotetsi Mugele from the Vaal Uprising Task Team, Ndate Joli Twaba from the IEC Asafihlile, families of the fallen heroes, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen. Re kopane kajeno ho hopola the 40 years of the Vaal Uprising. Le mosebetsi o entsweng ke batho ba mona Vaal ba lwana ntwa e kgolo hore kajeno re lokolohe re ba le freedom e re nang le yona. Empa as re hopola where we come from, we know that for more than 200 years, when Tata rona le bomme ba rona, since the arrival of the Europeans in this country, they fought for over 200 years. And the final battle of resistance in the 1906, when Chief Pambata Kamangiza ala resista o patala tax to a government that did not represent his people. In that battle, Chief Pambata Kamangiza was defeated and he was killed. Bamkhaola hloho. Ba tsamaya ba etsa trophy ka hloho ya hae. Ra tseba hore 4 years earlier, not too far from here, ko Vredendal, Maburu le Mangesimane ba le ba dumelana hore ba tla busa naha ena ya rona without us, black people. The Union of South Africa came into being based on an act that was passed by the British Parliament, ibizwa the South Africa Act. Ba ile ba e passa ka 20 September 1909. This act, molao ona, included recommendations of the National Convention that was held in this country, which was a discussion between the English and the Boers, who negotiated amongst themselves on how to rule this country, on how to set up government. But they negotiated October 1908 until February 1909. They finally agreed, and that informed the British Parliament in its adoption of the South Africa Act. In all those negotiations, ne ba re kwalletse kantle as people of this country. Hona ka 1909, there were organizations that sent a delegation. It was called the African People's Organization and the South African Native National Conference. Ba romela delegation to London. They were led by Abdurrahman Lindate Chabavu. Ba lo kopa ummuso wa Mangesimane hore this act that is going to be signed or agreed or adopted by the British Parliament must not exclude black people from participation in government and from participation in parliamenting. They were ignored, and the British Parliament passed a law that did not include black people. The ANC was formed in response to this unjust development. And for many years, petitions were also sent to the British government to review its stance, but nothing came of it. In 1949, the ANC in its conference adopted a program of action that changed the history of this country. Because this program of action also changed the method of struggle. We changed from petitions to demonstrations, to bus boycott, to boycotts against the past laws. This new form of protest led to the drafting of the Freedom Charter and its adoption in 1955. The drafting of the Freedom Charter was participatory democracy at its best. This process involved abantu baconsultiwa from village to village, from township to township, door to door. They were being asked, what type of South Africa do we want to see happening? All their views were collected until finally the Congress of the People said, go Kliptown 1955. This was democracy in action. The Congress of the People in 1955, as they adopted the Freedom Charter, in the opening by Lebarim, we, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justify claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. Close quote. Program Director, our Constitution, adopted in 1996 and signed in Vaal, emphasizes the will of the people in the governance processes. Bomasipala must consult the people when they draft their budget. Bayetsa through IDP meetings. Parliament cannot pass any law without consulting the people. And the legislature, through its committees, it consults abantu through public meetings on any law before Parliament and the legislature. This is different from the era of apartheid, when majority of South Africans were not permitted to vote or participate in any process. Of governance, except Hupatala tax to municipalities and to national government. This is what led Bambatha Manxiza to resist. And this taxation without representation led to the Vaal Uprising. The voice of the people during apartheid was not heard. And we are now, as a democratic government, are working hard to ensure that the voice of the people is heard, always. Every 5 years, but unfortunately, the right that many people died for, which is a right to vote, is unfortunately over time not being exercised by a majority of South Africans. But to qualify to vote in South Africa, there are about 40 million. But to register to vote by 27 million. So clearly there's a gap between people who are registered to vote and those who qualify to vote. And this gap, unfortunately, in the whole, in 1999, when we registered to vote for the first time, Halo Hopula, we registered to vote on the 27th and 28th of November 1998 for the first time. Ra register hape ka February, re tlo vota ka June 2, 1999. E re ho ba hopolang. So ka 1999, but who registered to vote, the gap between those registered and those unregistered was between 6 and 8 million. By the time we reached 2019, the gap had increased to 10 million. It means less and less people are registering to vote. By 2024, the gap had grown to 12 million. So it means every election, more and more people are registered to vote, which is a right that we fought for many years. And unfortunately, young people are not exercising this right. And increasingly, which is said, black people, but Babatsu, who fought hard for this right, the number of black people who are voting, yateoha. Those who have been voting since 1910 continue to vote consistently without fail. This is a problem that we must solve. Jekabatu. Program Director. Mlaoteo wa rona o reng, everyone has a right to protest peacefully, unarmed, ho kopana, to demonstrate, to picket, and present petitions. The chairperson of the petitions committee, Mayor Gentile, says the number of people submitting petitions in the Vaal, it's almost zero. But to Vaal, are submitted the petitions. As a legislature, we have a petitions committee, which is chaired by Mayor Gentile. We are encouraging citizens of Gauteng, citizens of Sidibeng, that they must write to the legislature, to municipalities, to national parliament, and raise their issues that they have grievances about. Real legislature, we are working with all community-based organizations, Bomaspala, Chapter 9 institutions, such as the Office of the Public Protector, to increase the voice of the people. On Monday, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Public Protector as the Gauteng legislature to ensure that we work closer so that the voice of the people is increased. All South Africans, hona jwale, have a right to be involved in the decision-making process. Members of the community, ba kgona to engage directly with government officials, elected officials, councillors, members of parliament, members of the provincial legislature, and challenge them on the decisions that may negatively affect them. This is a right that we fought for. This is a right that in 1984 we fought for. We are proud that today in South Africa, every citizen has a voice which we must exercise to hold decision makers accountable. Be they local councillors, us as members of the provincial legislature, and the provincial government. Because what we do as a legislature is to hold the MEC and the Premier accountable. Every time they come to the legislature, they account to us, and we make them account on your behalf, but you can also make them account directly through systems that we have set up as the legislature, which is a public participation process that we have. Program Director, ke rata re ke kgothaletse setjhaba sa heso, nkhuthaza abantu baseMzansi, base-Sedibeng in particular, that we fought hard for these rights. Many people died for these rights. Let's exercise them. Let's make sure that we don't give away back our power that we fought hard so. We don't give away our power of voting for the government that we choose, that we prefer. By udula hae, rengale, resa participate in the project of democracy. It is our right. Let's exercise it. We fought hard for it. Let's ensure that we keep democracy alive. Ke a leboha.
Hare mofeng mahofi. Ra leboha Ntate Thulane, I think ne re mametse kaofela re utlwile bohlokwa ba seo a neng a re fa sona. Re tswela pele ka programe a latelang e tla ba the importance of the 3rd of September 1984 e leng ya fuduweha ho tloha 1983 ya etsahala 1984 me yena ke Ntate Tsotetsi Mogele ke o mong wa team ena e ntseng e sebetsa ho lokisa lebaka la taba ya kajeno. Ke motsebisi ai a ke tlameha ke motsebise ke buka tshwantse le re phehle ke tla motsebisa nako e ntse tsamaya ha re fe ditaba pele ke a leboha.
Honorable members, participants, honorable community of Sedibeng, Vaal, to the veterans of our struggles, to the governors of the land, to the memory of those who passed. Allow me, as I start, to first confess to something. We've been carrying this weight, we've been carrying this load, we've been carrying this burden for 40 years. When a man goes out to war, and he goes to war, and there are people who believe in your vision, there are people who are willing to lay down their lives to respond to the calls that you make as leaders. When they don't come back from war, when lives are lost, families look up to you. But even more painful than the many lost souls on this road has been the failure to recognize their contributions. We as fighters, we have no money to give anybody. The only thing we can give to the families, to the children, the mothers and the fathers, is to hold up the memory of those who fell along the way. Sometimes memory is a burden, and memory is pain. But for those of our comrades, I wish to say to them, we did it. Finally, your government, your community, your organizations have come back after 40 years to say we remember. We may be talking about people who lost their lives, but we also have people who led the struggle that we are speaking about of the Vaal in the 1983 and 1984. I wish to say to those alive and who have passed on, Bondate Makemel go Evertone, Bondate Levi Mbata, who had just been released from 20 years on Robben Island, Bo Comrade Isole Ausdokasi, Comrade Edith, we're happy to see that you are here. Bo Jache Trinama Lindi, Bo Jerry Klopane, who have since passed, Bo Comrade Johnny Mutete, Bo Johnny Sekwati, Bo Memaletanta. Many of these have since left Lefatshe le re leng ho lona. But I wish to recognize Comrade Chipa Mutobazi, who is one of the comrades who still has a memory of the many people who were on this journey with all of us. There are families in this room today that we invited, where we lost comrades in exile, we lost comrades in Lesotho, we lost comrades in battle in Angola. We're not even sure if those in Angola will be able to recover their remains because they died in the fires of very heated battles of the 1980s. Families tsa bona diteng, Lasbon, Bo Aupa, and the many others that we spend a lot of time with. I also wish to recognize those who spend many, many years and months in the dungeons of apartheid, in the prisons of apartheid, and say to them, your people are here today. They say they remember. They remember being thrown into the dungeons of apartheid, wasting your lives, torturing you, denying you of the youth, and denying you of your life. For those that we spend many, many years together in the prisons, we are saying today is your day. I hope that I've been able to traverse the many constituencies that made up the struggle of our people, that I can now talk about why this area is different from any other place in the Republic of South Africa. In the history of political struggle, no place, nowhere in recorded modern history has done what this area has been able to do. In 1983, at the Roman Catholic Church in Zone 13, we had a meeting there where we were discussing the issues of the overthrow of the apartheid government in 1983. Because in that year, the apartheid government had decided hore e tlo fana ka di matla a ho kgetha kapa tokelo tsa ho kgetha only to the Indian and Indian communities. Even that was not genuine. But Africans were left out for the second time. They did it in 1910 when they formed the Republic of South Africa and made peace of 1902 here in Vereeniging. They made peace between the British and the Afrikaners and left out the Africans. They did that in 1961 when they formed the Republic of South Africa. They were trying to do it again in 1983. And our generation said, over our dead bodies. When you hear people saying over our dead bodies, we literally put out our bodies and lay them in front of the Koyoko Tsabona. The more they killed, the more we fought. And we knew it cannot be a one-day struggle. It cannot be a one-month struggle. It can't be a one-year struggle. The September 3, 1984 was not an uprising, was an insurrection in revolutionary terms. We were not protesting against government. We were overthrowing the government. We were clear in our minds. We don't want this government. It must go. It can't be reformed. It must be overthrown. Now, why are you so different from any other generation and any other location in our country? You know, one of the things that is the big injustice amongst ourselves is the failure to recognize the Everton community. There's one community that gave this revolution, that gave this democracy, more fighters per square area than any other. In the 1950s, when they started banning people, banishments, we know about Winnie Mandela, who was banished to Brantford. But there are many souls that were banished to the Northern Cape, to what is now the Northwest, to the farms without support, no employment, no allowance. The Boers just took them and threw them into the bush with their families. They call them banishments. The majority of people documented to have been banished were from Everton. Every time the Vaal rises, something changes in the history of our people. 1950s were coming from the passive resistance. But the people of the Vaal said, no, we can't be passive. As Azikwe introduced the defiance campaigns of the 1950s. Sharpeville was not an accident of history. Sharpeville was a build-up where again history changed from defiance campaigns to armed struggle. When you go into the record of the conversation between Tate Mandela and Tate Tambo, when Sharpeville had just happened, they said this is different to any other thing we've experienced as a nation. This is different. Even before the banishment of the ANC, the leadership was sent out of the country. Oliver Tambo was sent out of the country. They knew that what they were seeing in Sharpeville is going to give cause to something qualitatively different. When 1983 and 1984 came, at the Roman Catholic Church in one of the meetings, one of the elders of the struggle who had been on Robben Island, he said to us as a generation of young people that I've seen many battles in this country. I've seen about 1976. But I told my comrades when we were on Robben Island in 1976, I said, this is not yet the moment. You'll only know the moment when the Vaal rises. You'll know the moment when the Vaal rises. He then said, the freedom of the land is in your hands. Let this region, let this place rise up, because that will spell the end of apartheid. That was in 1983. But I want to say two things very quickly to the legislators, the fellow legislators of Gauteng province. In 1983, there was a bogus election, a fake election. We rejected that. We campaigned. We made sure that that election doesn't take place in November of 1983. And I'm saying to the legislators, be careful when people do not participate in an election process. They deny whoever wants to rule over them. They deny that person or that structure legitimacy. 1984 would not have happened if 1983 had not taken place. People don't rise against people they elect. People don't kill and fight the people that they elect. Because we rejected in 1983, it was easy in 1984 to reject that system and to show that we are rejecting them. Some of the things that happened in 1984 meant something else. And I'm raising this issue because in May of 2024, something similar to 1983 happened. When people don't go to the polls, it's not laziness. It's not lack of understanding. They don't need your coaching. They are telling you something. Not voting is a vote. When our people did not vote in May of 2024, That process has just put the entire democratic process in danger. Take it from us, we were there, we know it. Today, I'm saying to the legislators of the province, the gap between legislators, executive, and our people is widening on a daily basis. Wait for 2026. If you thought May was a problem, wait for 2026. Because the biggest problem lies at the local government level. People have no reason to go out and vote for the people who are in those offices. Because the whole generations that were given birth to by the freedom fighters are prisoners again. They're prisoners of poverty. They're prisoners of lack of service delivery. We can't imprison our people under democracy because of political stupidity. What South Africa is going through at the moment is political suicide, is political stupidity. I'm not elected anywhere, so I don't need to say anything. But I'm sharing in our experiences. Chairperson has just indicated. In May, if the people who did not vote in May were to have a political party of their own, that political party would have a majority in parliament. So what does it tell you? It tells you that all these service delivery problems, all these maladministrations, all this misgovernance is counter-revolutionary. It's fundamentally counter-revolutionary. Corruption is counter-revolutionary. We've got councillors who are sitting in offices who are lazy. Good people, ke ba le mmameleng hantle. Ke ba le mmameleng hantle. Ha ke baesekele, ha ke batla go kgethuwa. I'm not vying for any position. But we called you today because we are talking about our comrades. And for me to stand on the heads of our comrades, whom we lost along the way, and lie, will be counter-revolutionary. To serve our people, we need truth. To serve our people, we need capacity and capability. We need integrity. We need memory. White people don't forget. The grudge of losing power in 1994, they'll still be on this chapter in 2094. But black people will have forgotten in 2094. This short-termism, this short memories has destroyed many of things in our continent. As I wrap up, comrades, I thought that my comrades, whom we left in the bushes of Angola, my comrades we came back with, who have since died, they wanted us to do what we've done. We've gone to the ANC, we've gone to the Alliance. We said to them, we need to renew our country. We need to renew our institutions. We need to renew our democracy. Our democracy is losing power. So we are saying to the legislators, please record this as coming from the people of the Vaal. We've consulted while the chairperson knows. We've gone around every corner of this region without being political structures, but as communities, to find out what will it take our people to come back to democratic participation. And our people said, give us the truth first. You want us back? Give us the truth first. Why are we where we are today? And I want to say two things and then sit down. In 1984, people talk about the liberated zones and organs of people's power and so on. 1984 was about that. When the ANC declared in 1984, I'm not being partisan, when Oliver Tambo said, make the country ungovernable and apartheid unworkable, people remember only that part. But the strategy said something more than that. It said, remove these people who are claiming to be leaders in your communities and replace them with organs of people's power. So that people are invested. People are invested in their democracy. And we ran the Vaal from 1984 to 1994 without any apartheid structures inside. We chased out the police, chased out the soldiers. We closed down administration offices. But we ran our communities orderly. There was order, there was law, there was orderliness. But today, because of incompetence in government, people are going there, ka vote, mang o tseba mang, o fumane tjhelete from mang. I said I want to say these two things. Lima Medicis. I'm saying these things because power is always sovereign. When we said amandla ngawethu, we never said amandla are for the people in offices. When we said power to the people, we said our power will always belong to the people. Our constitution clearly says it. Freedom Charter clearly says it. It's a democracy when it's a democracy of the people, by the people, and for the people. Those who are in politics, those who are in political offices, those who are in government and governance, we are pleading with you. This power we're talking about can never be taken away from our people. Therefore, on this 40th anniversary of the Vaal Uprising, we wish to say that let's get down to the hard work to prepare for 2026. If we are going to fix South Africa, we must fix local government first. If we are going to fix South Africa, we must fix our townships first. If we are going to redeem our country, some of you don't understand what's happening internationally. Country before. This chance is our last chance. I've lived in countries that would failed democracies. You don't know what a failed democracy. Where you can't even buy bread in the morning. There's no shop to buy bread. There's no public transport. It's shootings everywhere. Kids don't go to school. Don't take our democracy for granted, and don't take our power for granted. Let me tell you one short story. In 1985, when the youth of the Vaal, like 1976, they were flocking to exile. And when Oliver Tambo came to the camps, he found very, very young comrades. He said, you must go to school. They said, we're not going to school. But she was one of them. Oliver Tambo said, go to school. They said, no, we don't want to go to school. He said, but what kind of kids are you? They said, no, we come from the Vaal. We're here to fetch weapons to go back and free our people. And he says that when he was thinking about it, something came to his mind. And he said, to stand in front of you, 4,000 troops in Sebokeng. There's only one explanation Oliver Tambo could come up with. He said it was a force of time. A force of time. I'm saying to us today, this region has shown the country what needs to be done. Let's use this moment, this force of us being together, to create the best local government anywhere in the country. Let's elect the best leaders anywhere in the country. Let's produce an economy that will be one of the best in the country. And therefore, let's save our democracy and let's save our country. It starts here, it starts with us, it starts now. In the Vaal, today, 28th of November, 2024. If anybody is listening, listen to what I'm saying to you. This community, this area, has given South Africa what it needed at every historic turn in our history. Matla.
Viva the Vaal community, viva! Viva the Vaal community, viva! Amandla! Lona ba bararo le etsa mo. Thank you very much. Rona re mo tseba ile Stompie akere. Akere ke Stompie. Commander Mogele, thank you very much. A re tlo di bua empa ona a le tjena le pele ho 1983. A ntse re lokisetsa selentate o mo be ha holo. A re tswele pele ka program ya rona. Mona re bitse ke address e re tlo e fiwang ke kantoro ya IEC. O tla ritela le mo utlwile Comrade Stompie a bua ka bohlokwa ba hore re kena jwang le rona tabeng tsena tsa democracy ho lwanetswe eng le mabaka ene le afeng. Programeng mona re tla bitsa ntate Joe Ledwaba ene ke Regional Outreach Officer ya IEC. Nako ke a hao ntate.
With all due respect, with all due respect, re ke role berete ya ka ke tsebo ho bua hantle pele ke fufulelwa. Ka lebitso ke Joe Ledwaba, I'm from the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa. Ena ke commission ya dikgetho e sa kgething nku ka pere e senang le eme. Re ikutlwetsa akere there's a steady voter turnout country ya rona. So let's not give perils to swines. Akere that's an idiomatic expression. We need to be careful. Here I'm just going to give an explanation about the importance of voter registration and voting. But it will be prudent for me to start by just giving an introduction of the Electoral Commission since we're having Barnabas Koloman. I get. Yeah, IEC or Independent Electoral Commission is not African National Congress, ANC. IEC, Independent Electoral Commission, is one of the Chapter 9 institutions in terms of the Section 190 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 108 of 1996. The Electoral Commission must manage elections of national, provincial, as well as municipal legislative bodies in accordance with national legislation. The IEC must ensure that those elections are free and fair, and we declare the results of those elections within a prescribed period of not more than 7 days. We have the legislative mandate. The Electoral Commission Act number 51 of 1996 makes provision for the establishment and composition of the Electoral Commission and for the establishment, powers, duties, and functions of the Electoral Commission. The duties and functions of the Electoral Commission are defined in Section 5 of the Electoral Act that I've mentioned. Amongst others, is to manage any election, compile and maintain a voter's roll by means of a system of registering eligible voters, by utilizing data available from government sources and information furnished by voters. I've just chosen two mandates because I'll be dealing with the importance of registration as well as the importance of voting. We also have some of the legislation, which is the Municipal Electoral Act, number 27 of 2000, the Municipal Structures Act, number 117 of 1998, and the Political Party Funding Act, number 6 of 2018. We have different reasons or many reasons why people are encouraged to register and vote. Number one, voting is not merely a civic duty. It is the cornerstone of a vibrant and participatory democracy. The importance of this seemingly simple act can never be overstated, both here in South Africa and abroad. In South Africa, a nation that has undergone significant political transformations over our 3 decades of democracy, the act of voting by deliberate design holds immense power in shaping the future. At the heart of any democracy lies the principle of representation. The power to choose leaders and influence policies through the ballot box is the foundation upon which the government derives its legitimacy. Number 2, voter registration is the initial step that enables individuals to take part in this foundational democratic process. By registering citizens assert their right to have a voice in the decisions that shape their communities, provinces, and the nation as a whole. Number 3, voter registration is a means of ensuring that the diversity of South Africa's population is accurately reflected in the political landscape. A democracy thrives when it is inclusive and representative of many perspectives or a myriad of perspectives within society. Registering to vote allows citizens from all walks of life, regardless of race, gender, socio-economic status, or age, to actively contribute to the multitude of voices that influence the nation path or trajectory. This is a good thing and something that we should all passionately advocate for in our collective quest to nurture a healthy and thriving democracy. Number 4, every vote counts. And by registering to vote, individuals contribute to the creation of a government that genuinely reflects the will of the people it purports to govern. Effective and legitimate representation hinges on a broad and engaged electorate. The more people who register to vote, the more accurate and inclusive the representation becomes. Fostering a government that is responsive to the diverse needs and concerns of a citizenry. Number 5, the policies implemented by elected officials have a direct impact on the social and economic fabric of a nation. By registering to vote and empowering yourself with crucial civic education, citizens actively engage in shaping the path or the trajectory of their country. This is all about accountability. Vigilant citizenship. Democracy is not static. I am stagnant. This is not a static concept. It requires active participation and vigilant citizenship. Voter registration is a key component of this participation. A robust and inclusive voter registration process strengthens democratic institutions by fostering a sense of accountability among political leaders. When citizens actively engage in the democratic process, they demand transparency, accountability, and ethical governance. I repeat, ethical governance. Corruption. We need ethical leadership, thereby fortifying the very foundations of democracy. Number 7, voter registration is not about the individual act of casting a vote, but also about ensuring that the integrity of the entire electoral process. So a comprehensive and accurate voter registry is fundamental to conducting free and fair elections. By registering citizens will contribute to the creation of a reliable voter database, which is essential for preventing fraud and maintaining the credibility of the electoral system. Some of the misinformation and disinformation to say IEC irregular the elections. The stationing, the agents, they've been observing such disinformation and misinformation. Thank you. Why are we having agents detationing? They are there to observe the processes. If there are any irregularities, they are there for raise the objections. Thank you. The last reason why do you have to register and vote? Registering to vote and showing up on election day among the many ways we affirm our commitment to a democratic dispensation. Democracy, particularly a representative and participatory democracy like ours in South Africa, doesn't just happen. It is hard fought for and was forged in the literal flames of apartheid that saw the birth of a nation against all odds, a nation that many thought will not succeed. We're going to succeed by all means. Hantse re bona batho ba hlaha from other foreign countries, but mo South Africa. That means they see something good about our country. Hence they are here. And they saw something more country ya rona. E le goreng some of us seated around here ha re bone, but bona ba bone from far away. Hence they are here in numbers. Again, thank you. How to register to vote, especially those who are not registered. We are heading for 2026 local government elections. More especially the youth and those who have relocated. These are local government elections. You need to vote where you are registered within your particular voting district. So it is important that bana ba sekolo, you need to be 16, you can register, but you'll only vote once you turn 18 years of age. You need to be a South African citizen. A smart card or a green barcoded ID if you have one. Then why should you register? So that you can be included more voters rolling. Once you're included voters rolling, then you become an eligible voter. And where can you register? Can I read pamphlets, but I'll be targeting youth so that they can register online. IEC officing, those who are staying more Vaal, record number 18 Leslie Street, the same building listed SA, next door Escomo, Lekwana Mafatsane, Oka Honarufite, Auto Register, then we check mo 32810 number for register. Come the local government elections, make it a point that we all participate so that to scabally a low voter turnout. Mirabe eming, Lualeka Banseba register the business, some of them. Renalo, who is a verification, ya online registration. Country of origin, Pakistan, South African citizen. They are registered voters. So we need to be careful, otherwise our country is tired to the dogs. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, IEC. In fact, ntho e bolelang tate ke ya hore ntho ena ya rona ya ho ngala ho ilo vouta ha ino re sebeletse. You are actually encouraging us and telling us to know that individual voting is very important. Hai fihla nako ya hore re vote, let us all go and vote. Ha re go bolelle today. Ha re jwetse hore mohlabile vote la mang. Letsatsi leo le tla fihla ke tlabe ke eme ka pele. Ke bua hore le vote la mang, but all what the IEC is saying ke hore ho bohlokwa hore re nke part in the democratic process ya country ya rona. Ha re ngala country ya rona ba tla fihla ba grabang ka tsela tsa bona. So e bohlokwa haholo information eo. Ke tshepa hore hangata Ntate Thulana le mo re kopaneng le tla sebedisa IEC hobaneng ha ile 2026 yona e ka mora le mati. So thank you very much for the presentation. Re tswela pele ka program. Re tla mo part 2 ya program ya rona. Ke rata ho hopotsa fela all presenters tsa di commission hore hantle nako e lefilweng ke 15 minutes ha se 30 ke 15 minutes a re lekeng ho sebetsa within nako eo. So re ne re le mo holong ena ka di 20 which was last week. Re kopane le community e le yona e formileng di commissions. Me batho ne ba qoqisana hara di commissions tseo se leng bohlokwa le se hlokahalang ho etsahala regioneng ya rona ya Vaal hore e tswele pele and so on. Di commission tseo ene le commission on service delivery ele ya economic development e ke nahanang hore e tlo re tswela le yona molemo haholo jwalo ka re tseba hore region ya rona re na le hlokeho ya mosebetsi ele ya political and public participation ele ya heritage eneng entse e sebetsana le tsona taba tsa Vaal Uprising le after the dates ho tswela pele jwalo. So re tla bitsa batho ba ikarabelang ba hore ba bonang programming o tlo re fa di report. It's reports only, ha re di discuss ha re etseng, it's reports just to get a feel ba neng ba le siyo mosebetsing o wa di commission hore ke eng sa ne se tloa me re qetile jwang. From there ke legislature re tlo e fang mosebetsi ya hore tseo re di kopang le tseo re nahanang hore di bohlokwa re batla di implementwe jwang neng and so on. Are ene se di commission le ka jeno a se kopano a se talk show. Mosebetsi ona o ntsong etsiwa re tlo batla ho bona o tswelisa pele ke legislature ya rona. So ke tla bitsa the first rapporteur eleng Mr. Montwedi Hailela. Ke meniere mothona ene le meniere mothona ntho ena e ntseng e bitswa satu ke le satu ene mothona o no tsoetsa ntate matitjhereng kwa. Thanks.
Ere ke lebohe motsamaisi wa mosebetsi ke ise malebo le khotso ho modula setulo o tswekeng ke deputy chair ya di chair and chairs le moifo wa hao ke dumedise baruti ba leng teng ke dumedise le setjhaba ka kakaretso haholo rona ba ile malla ka dilemo tsele tse re buang ka tsona re ka jenela phepi nkgone mashange phepi ha dikele di tsa rona di phumule ya ntlha e ke batlang ho e bua ke hore Hans Reetsa this the commission on the planning for this whole process. Really ra bua ka theme kapa yona puo ya selelekela eo ka yona re itseng from protest to participation. Akere re itse ka 1984 jwalo ne re protesta mme ka 2024 re a participate ha re salle morao re ba part ya ditumellano re ba le part ya decision tse nkuwang ke mmuso wa rona. Mme ha re sheba commission ena ene tshwere ke bahlankana ba itseng ya service delivery, puong ya bona ba commission ya bona e theile hodima molaotheo wa South Africa, constitution ya South Africa. Re shebile section 152 subsection 1 ena e bolelang kapa e buang ka hore na the objective tsa local government ke difeng na. Me e tobeketsa se ka tse latelang hore local government, its purpose and objective is to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities. Hare local government ke ya group e itseng e tla serve group e itseng e re e tla serve the local government or local communities mo e leng teng. Ya bobedi o purpose kapa yona objective e re local government must ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. If ba o fa metsi ka nako le nako, metsi a se ka tla mohlang pula e nang. Mme ya bobedi e re local government must be able to promote social and economic development. Mme tsela ka tla utlwa ha di tobeketswa mane commissioning ya economic development and planning in the Vaal. Ya bone purpose ke hore local government must promote a safe and healthy environment. Promote a safe and healthy environment. And lastly, to encourage the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matter or matters of local government. Mere commission ya rona ha holo ha e shebile tsa service delivery re tshwareile ha holo ke ka mokgwa service delivery e leng phua ka teng. Mere ha service delivery e sa loka e na le ditlamorao, there are consequences to poor service delivery. We can make an example by saying service delivery, if it is poor, I attract the company to come into your area to invest. So what we are saying as a commission, we are going to try to look at three main areas. One being the consequences of poor service delivery, and the check the causes, lack of payment for services, and the check why inadequate services. Why poor oversight and accountability in our area. We are saying the state of local government in the Vaal is in a crisis point. Hangata haba to better example of our muso warna wa la hae la Vaal o how hospital o kahara ICU. And ha hona motho ya ka pakang ho feta lona hore le bolela ka mogho muso wa rona wa local government ka pa hona masipala wa rona ka mogho o leng ka ICU ka teng. Merere ha re bua matsapa a entswe. There are many capacity building programs that were aimed in improving the situation in the Vaal, but nothing came out of that. Hence, we have such a gathering today. Maybe to make just a few examples, our municipality is faced with
3 minutes left.
Financial management and poor governance. We cannot have a service delivery when we have the declining service delivery infrastructure. Mona re bolela ka hore tseleng tsa rona ho na le di-pothole tse ngata, di-switch di dula di blockehile ke infrastructure. Ha ntho e tseo di sa loka, then ha re no ba le service e bang re e fumana e phethahetseng. Mme re re ha ntse re sheba ntho e bang re e bitsa hore ke back to basics, re ile ra hlokomela ntho tsena tse latelang hore one, re fumane hore even our provincial COGTA in a league and there is weak capacity in our provincial COGTA departments, ne, which correlates with the extent of regression in municipal performance. Ha COGTA tlamehile e lokisa di masepala, ha yona e sa loka, di masepala ha di na mo di ka yang teng. Di masepala tsa rona di dysfunctional. And these, in most instances, are brought about by political instability. Re kgetha batho ba ilo re emela, bona ba feta ka mane, they want to represent their own jackets. Ba lwanela peace nyana borothe ba fang yona. Ha re sheba tsena le fumana hore Eskom maoba mona le Rainwater ba ne ba nka di-account tsa masepala hobane ha hona tsamaiso tse ntle tsa ditjhelete. Re mmuso o bohareng did something, our provincial and national government did some interventions to our local government. Re bone ba tlisa what we call the administrators ba latela section 139. But as we remember, Runaka Vaal, I'm sure we had 4 administrators. And I don't remember seeing one report of those 4 administrators. That means Musebeti usale moholo. To eradicate some of these things, Rona, we need to come together. The citizens, we need to be engaged. Re-engage the municipalities through our ward committees and through our ward councillors. They can't plan. How to say but nobody says, the water is just over the outage, without any explanation. Me ha re sheba performance a holo ka ya rona e mfuleng. Re sheba hore out of 10 points e bang mfuleng ine di fuwe hore e di latele 10 key performance areas, it was only 1 out of those 10 KPIs e bang ba khone ho e etsa. All 9 they could not be able to do that. Another problem ya bulk supply. Che before untibela, mere kapiliana reshebe the causes of poor service delivery. Ganali backlogs ngata, huge service delivery backlogs. Ganali poor oversight and accountability. Re buile ka yona, inadequate systems. Infrastructure na ha ifumane the regular maintenance which is expected, and then inadequate resources. Masipala wa rona ha o ba bitsa re o pompo ya liga ha bana van ya uta from where they are to where you are, and there is a lot of political interference, especially in our area. May all these things had no etsahala once ba reng ke bona di politiki ba lwantshana ka bona ha hona seo rona re leng baahi re tla se fumanang hobane tseo ba di etsang ha ba di etse lebitsong la baahi, empa motho o molo mo etsa lebitsong la moghopinyana wa hae. Mme re a bona le ka mehla hore di-councillors tsa rona they do call meetings. Mare mo fumana ro councillora area ya hae pa ward ya hae ona le 5,000 houses but meeting o tla fana ke batho ba 10 or 20 ho bontsha ngore thahasello there is no more interest from our communities to attend such gatherings me a o qetela ntho e re boneng ke hore re na le sekoloto se seholo re le baahi me re tlamehile ho dula fatshe re plan hore na how do we pay re patala jwang bo masakane ba rona re patala jwang revenue ya rona qetelong ya ditaba re re ke tsena di tseo bang re di proposer re le commission one re re ha re khutleleng tabeng earlier 2015 when Sidibeng Oval was declared as a metro. But so when we talk about metro, hona le di tla kapa ke profit e ngata ta ifumanang really metro. For an example, hona tjena ka na le mayor tse 4. But once we become a metro, re ba le mayor ai 1. Mere na le set a 1 ya di councillors. Hona tjena ka na le di councillor in the 4 municipalities. And they're doing nothing. So the benefits di bangata ha re khotela ho metro. Me re a kopa le rona re ha re phamiseng di partnerships tsa rona le re bona rona re forma jwang di cooperatives to try and build economy ya rona ya ka Vaal. Ha re khothaletseng ho ba le di local investors. Me re ka ba di local investors ha re lokisa makeishene a rona. As the commission ya rona ha ya ikemela ile nngwe empa re bona hore ho na le recommendation tseo bang di tla bua ka service delivery e tla ha commission ya economic development re bua ka heritage re bua le ka public participation ka katolo e jwalo mdula stolo ke a lebo
re a leboha ntate Hailela a re mopele matsoho ntate Hailela ke tlo kopa dibui tse latelang di be nakong a ke re itse re ba fa 15 minutes so because ne le ena se bui sa pele se neng se report in the commission ke ka ho ke itse ke motlwellenyana mara o setile a bad example ba latelang ke tlo ba thudisa hobane ke re ena re itse ke parliament ya selehae so re tlameile ho etsa ntho ka molao re latelle molao tsamaiso ka mokgwa o tsamayang ka teng so se buisa rona sa bobedi se tlo bua ka the importance of political and public participation ke ntate Toy Manga over to you sir
Thanks very much Program Director Honorable Kunene and Honorable Jantile le batho kaofela ha ne re bua ka the public participation South Africa's constitution democracy places a duty on various legislatures and government to facilitate public and citizen participation in lawmaking process as mandated by the principles of participative democracy provided for in the Constitution of South Africa adopted in 1996. Participative democracy is a practice to achieve good governance that improves social cohesion. The importance of participation in South African democratic model is informed by decades of apartheid, during which the majority of the population was excluded from formal avenues of political participation. The topic of political and public participation was chosen for this event because those who fought and died during the 3rd of September 1984 Vaal Uprising noted the suppression, discrimination, and denial in the participation in politics and governance of then apartheid regime. The people were rejecting Korenhof Bill, which was imposing black local authorities, tricameral parliament, imposed on them without consultation. When people reject anything imposed on them, no amount of repression, and state violence can force them. We cannot forget when the apartheid regime unleashed 7,000 soldiers to force our people to stop their resistance against the apartheid regime. The International Association of Public Participation defines public participation as to involve people, those who are affected by a decision, in the decision-making process. The intention of the public participation and involvement of democratic process is primarily to influence decision-making process that reflects the will of the people, the purpose of which is to help make better decisions that reflect the interests and concerns of potentially affected people. The objective of public participation is to consult and collaborate with affected and interested parties. Then we look at the challenges, or it's a fin the challenges, what the IEC and the deputy chair of the chair makes people not to participate. The current challenges largely can be contributed to the conduct and behavior of government as institution and is representative, and the community is also have its share. We identify the following challenges. The political activism during the period of resistance, as witnessed in 1984, has been declining over a period of time. The weak state of political and community organizations in various communities that is unable to respond or champion the community interest. Self-serving leaders making it difficult for people to follow or believe in organization. Consultation by the government on various issues in all levels of government are not sometimes genuinely but seeking compliance. Corrupt leaders and criminals are taking over organizations and communities. There is a lack of feedback by the government on issues raised by communities. An example was made where some raised one issue in the IDP for the last 10 years, but still not resolved. The lack of social education that is teaching and reminding people of how our democratic institutions work and governance. Unemployment and poverty negatively affect appetite of our people in public participation. Inadequate communication at all governments, programs, and decisions. Potential leaders in our communities are sidelined and prevented. Those that are corrupt within the communities are those ones that tend to emerge. Community organizations that are knowledgeable and working within the communities are sidelined and not consulted. Active community consultation and participation are only seen and felt during election campaigns. Our commission also noted the duplications of role and responsibility of the district and local municipalities. There is also lack of adequate information in such meetings. The visibility of the politicians, the trust deficit between the community and the government, the lack of the resources. The barrier language. Then we come up with the solutions. What we should do. What we should do. The first thing that the commission recommended is one, that informed by the spirit and the unity of the Vaal Uprising during that era of the people's power, we should increase the visibility in communities through joint programs with community organizations. Like this program, Comrade Chair. Review consultation process on IDP as required by the legislation. As this is now a mere talk show. The IDP is a mere talk show. And compliance that discourage people from attending future meetings. As one thing is now and again being said. Social education on government work processes program should be continual and rooted in the community. As we have said, get rid of this district and local government level. One issue was raised: the corrupt and ethical leaders and criminals should not be allowed to lead in government and community organizations. The state of our economy in the region should be addressed. Also, Program Director, we raised that let's revive the political activism of the 1984 to strengthen these people's organs of power, the SGPs, the CPF, the ward committees, and other sectors. In conclusion, Comrade Chair, the lesson learned during the mass protest on organizing various sectors of society and uniting for common purpose should be emulated in reversing the decline of active citizens in matters that affect them, and thereby showing the importance of voting and participating in all programs and decision-making that affect the community. The special thanks that our committee was to you, the Deputy Chairperson of the committees, Comrade Uthulane Kakunene uMadonsela, umtimande lubambe lunye. Sithi sengathi ungayiphakamisa kanjalo. This should not be only once off, but should almost be held continuously. Ngiyabonga.
Ke nahana hore o bile nakong ebile o na le 5 minutes e setseng ka thoko. Ke a leboha haholo. As I've indicated, all these issues tse ba di buang mo ke di issues tse neng di discussa ka di 20 tsa yona kgwedi ena ho lokisetsa lona letsatsi le. So whatever is being presented to you ke di resolutions tsa those commissions. So re ya ho commission number 3, which is the importance of commemoration of the Vaal Uprising alongside the heritage. Kintate Kupani. Tate Mwet.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam Speaker in absentia, but waborona batile mona. In our commission, which is covered by South African Heritage Resource Act of 1999. So whatever recommendations that we are doing, we knew that is going to be covered, and we are expecting that whatever that we are going to be recommending from this commission is going to get a response. Because it's not a favor for us as the people of the Vaal to preserve our history and heritage. People died for this cause. And as the people of the Vaal, we are saying today, this should be the starting of many events that should happen in commemoration of this day of September 3. One of the key dates of the struggle that is not included in the South African struggle calendar is September 3, 1984. Even though it played a crucial role in the overthrow of the apartheid municipal council system and the introduction of opposition that resulted in the repeal of some of the laws surrounding it. Since then, the Vaal people have been actively participating in a wide range of struggle action that have ensured eradication of apartheid regime in 1994. Like many other significant historical occurrences, the three tiers of government have taken them into account. One of the most significant days in the nation's battle was September 3, 1984, which is particularly notable for the part the Vaal members played in emancipating South Africa. Numerous homicides have occurred in the area as direct results of the events and momentum that began on September 3, 1984. The people have continued to fight for the independence of South Africa ever since then. This day is significant because it ushers a new era of independence for the people of this country. In our problem statement, where we were looking into the challenges, the 3rd of September 1984 Vaal Uprising has not been commemorated in the manner that benefit the significant day. Since then, since the dawn of democracy, the day has been commemorated by a smaller number of community members without even getting much popularity through as one of the significant days of the struggle of the people of the Vaal and South Africa, which led to the realization of democracy in 1994. The local government has not shown any interest in organizing and supporting civil society in organizing the event. It has only happened seldom where you find the municipality supporting such initiative. There has been a lack of publicity in recognizing, popularizing this day, and this led to members of the community being ignorant of the importance of the day. The 3rd of September 1984 Vaal Uprising is not part of the South African struggle days calendar, whilst it has its significance in the liberation of the people of South Africa. There are not many writings and preservation honoring the day, even though it has much history reholding the Dermas-Trezen trial and the death sentence of the Sharpeville 6. The Vaal Uprising has developed many political struggle events in the region since 1984 till 1994, where in between there has been massacres when people were protesting against the apartheid regime. The period 1984 to 1994 has been of political struggle as teasing spread to other areas of the country, which pressured apartheid regime to the talks in 1994. The uprising has instilled resistance to the people of the Vaal in paying tariffs and continually engaged in consumer boycotts. It is important to commemorate this day in honoring the victims of the apartheid, the Vaal Uprising, who were shot dead during the uprising, and continuous victims of different epochs of our struggle related to the day. Madam Speaker, what we recommended, we need annually to commemorate the 3rd of September 1984 with the support of the national, provincial, and local government. This shouldn't happen like this today when we are having this on the 28th of November, when the initial day is on the 3rd of September. So government must take initiative together with the people. We must go on this as the partnership with the communities so that we make sure that this day become one of the days that is recognized by the government. Preserving of the history and heritage of the Vaal and honoring the victims of the massacres through occurrence in the process of liberation struggle between 1984 and 1999. We need support of the Provincial Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture to support and honoring and memorialization and preservation of the history of the Vaal. That department should support the initiatives that is taken by the people of this area through different structures and organizations that are there. There are many organizations in between that are dealing with issues of heritage. We have so many events that needed to be taken care of. Development and commemoration, a historical struggle calendar of massacres of the Vaal since 1984 Vaal Uprising. Remember, in between there has been activism, there has been a lot of struggle events that happened and people were murdered. So we need recognition in terms of that. All those dates must be put at and taken care of in terms of preservation of our history and heritage. We need to set up an independent entity responsible for the preservation of history and heritage of the region in partnership with higher education institutions. Remember, we've got 3 higher education institutions that can assist us in terms of research of what happened with our struggle. Remember, our struggle never started in 1984, but we had other events that happened since 1940s, 50s up to 1994. So there are a lot of mishaps and misinformation that is not captured correct. So those institutions should play a role in terms of that. We appeal government support of the cleansing ceremony of the massacres in areas like Sebokeng Hostel and other houses and areas where people have been shot. The people have been shot and nothing has been happened since the dawn of democracy. So we want something to take place in terms of, because our people are still traumatized since then with what have been happening since 1994. We call for opening of inquest of the victim of apartheid in the Vaal. Many people died in detention with proper track of what happened or what led to the death of those diseases. We are having people who have been part of the struggle, people who have been arrested, people who have died in detention without any trace of what happened. We are calling to government to make inquest in terms of the people of the Vaal who tried without trace. We've got people like Tina Turner in Everton. I remember in 1996, he died his family was so frustrated. He died in Vaal Uprising. No, there was no trace and record of what happened. Only the body was found and was buried. And then we are only restricted to even go to the funeral of that comrade. So we need an inquest in terms of that. We need an establishment of an independent agency that will be responsible for the sustainability and viability of the monuments and the museum of these regions. There are buildings, there are museums, there are buildings in our region. In the name of that, there are museums which recapped our history. When you go there, you cannot find anything that is associated with our struggle and the history. So we need something to happen to those buildings. There should be an agency. The establishment of that agency is covered by this act that I have mentioned, Chairperson, to say that South African Heritage Resource Act allows us to preserve our history as civil society. So we need to get involved as civil society. These monuments in Sharpeville, we must see sustainability and viability there. People died. We must be in a position to attract tourism in terms of that monument. And we are having a museum in Vereeniging. Go there, you'll never see what is look like a museum. We encourage a proper and realization of writing of our regional history. These happenings that we are talking about, the happenings of 84 or before 84 and after 84. There's no track record in terms of writings, proper history. When you find history, somewhere are distorted. So we are appealing that our history should be written correctly. And the people who are writing books should also utilize relevant people who were there, people who were affected, families, victims, so that they get proper information. We should be able to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the September Uprising with margin and align it to the history and heritage of South Africa. This event should be aligned in all the history and heritage of South Africa. We should be able to honor Vaal struggle martyrs, heroes and heroes with pride and dignity. We should rally support for history and heritage programs. Develop sustainable programs for our local museums and our struggle roads, because we need to engage into this renaming of our struggle roads. We need to formulate structural problem for naming and renaming of our significant institutions and roads. Re na le mabitso a mang e re sa tsebeng, re na le bo Bolo mona, those big roads of ours which are connecting Joburg and the Vaal. And then we are having the name that is called Boilo. Something must be done with those names. As Valley Heritage, I think last year we proposed that Houtskop Road, because we never understand what is that, the meaning of that, to be named Domanokwe Road over. So we need to deal with such institutions and the roads that are still occurring and still pronouncing the names of apartheid. We are in the new era, and that must be realized. We need to formulate partnerships with government, public and private sector in the upliftment of Vaal heritage. We are having proposed future heritage project. How to excavate, memorialize, commemorate and popularize the key historic events that occurred in the Vaal, in order to build vibrant heritage asset that promotes heritage tourism, including but not limited to African accent civilization heritage, the Kweneng accent city, customs and tradition, etc. Rise of Vaal region, the Everton. The first speaker, Tsotetsi, emphasized on it. We cannot have the state of Everton, which is having this much history. We cannot talk about sequela, a sequela of 1954 without mentioning Everton, and the state of Everton doesn't remember that history. Small farms, the top location, Sharpeville, and other towns that took part in our history. We also need to do something about our political heroes. We don't honor in our region with government the chairperson. We need to assist that in honoring our heroes and heroines. Our people have fought and they have been left as it is and like that. Nothing is talked or mentioned about them. Their houses, people were involved in different epochs of our struggle. When you pass, it's just a normal house, and that house is a house of the heroes of our history. So something needs to happen about that. The Azikwela Everton event, the Sharpeville massacre, the Buipato massacre needed to be taken care of. We need to partner as civil society in terms of doing this. Industrial heritage history, industrialization. We need to talk about this. We know Vaal, it has deteriorated, but still have. We cannot talk about industrialization without talking about the Vaal. It's part of our history. Something needed to be done. We cannot talking about that. Our people are still jobless while the industrialization has started and happened here in the Vaal. So we need to take care of that. We need institution that talks about that. We need to be in a position to create jobs through heritage tourism. That is informed by history and heritage of this area. We need also to take care and focus on how we better create tourism on the natural endowment like the Vaal Barrage as part of our history. Last year, if I'm correct, it was making 100 years, and then it's in our area, and it says nothing. It's one of our richest heritage mark. The Vaal River systems and the Seikerbos National Parks shouldn't be something that is been there and then only being benefited by the people who have been benefited before since 1910. The white people are only the beneficiary of these things that our people have fought for. Thank you, Madam.
Re a leboha Ntate Khupane. Ke nahana motsotsong wa hona jwale ke tlo kopa re emeng ka maoto kaofela. Ha re ka phamisa matsoho fela ra isa hodimo. Danki re ka khutisetsa fatshe. Ke tse ke a sheba ke bona batho ba lala class kaofela. Ke a leboha. Re ka dula fatshe.
Ke a leboha Nelisiwe moradi wa Mbatha. Njotsa program e eme kae?
Sele o qetela ya economic development.
Tola siswe ezimnya si Mabauyeke, mabauyeke kumhlaba, mabauyeke, mabauyeke kumhlaba, mabauyeke, mabauyeke kumhlaba, thina sizwe, thina sizwe ezimnya zikhalela, zikhalela izwe. Viva Vaal, viva! Asigibela kaje. Re tswela pele ka program. Re tlo fumana presentation ya ho qetela, a ke re mme. Presentation ya ho qetela ya economic development. Me le yona e tla etswa ke Commander Stompie Mokhel. Thanks.
Chaba santate, ki go ba rutlwane ntle. E ka go bisinyana ka morao ka mono. Ntho e re tlo bua ka yona ke mosebetsi o tswang ho commission number 2. We must all remember politics without economy is useless. And Vaal e re bontshitse. Re la ga focus haholo tabeng tsa politiki fela ya ba moruo ona o salla morao. Ka jeno batho ba lwaneng ke bona ba hlopheileng go feta batho kaofela. Jwale re na le dintlha tse re ne ra bontshana ka tsona ka di 20 tsa hore ho etsahale jwang ho tsosa moruo wa rona wa sebaka ka wa lebatowa.
Bana beso, ena ke commission ya bohlokwa. Ke kopa re se ke ra etsang lerata, a re mameleng. Thank you.
Ba dipolotiking ba tseba hore ho tloa ka nako tsa bontate Kwame Nkrumah ho nona le debate ya ke e tlang pele ho a setjhaba. Ho tla politiki ka bo tla moruo pele. Jwale naheng ya rona re ile ra sebetsa ka thata, ra fumana political freedom ya rona. Fela ka baka la ho salla morao wa economy le ditokelo tse teng constitution ya rona ha re kgone ho di sebedisa hobane matla moruo ha ayo. Jwale ke batla ho qala taba ya rona ka tsela ena. Commission ya rona e ne le commission e hleng e ne le active ya holo. Ke batla ho confirm just a few things. Commission ya rona re bile le batho ho ya ka mokgo constitution e demandang ka teng. Ebile batho ba tswang dibakeng tse sa tshwaneng, ba mekgatlo e sa tshwaneng, ba business ne ba le bangata le bona ba fane ka dintlha tsa bohlokwa. Ya bobedi le batho ba mme ne ba le teng moo, le batho ba sa sebetseng ba ne ba le teng ba batla ho ntsha tabatabelo tsa bona tsa batlana le mesebetsi, ba dikgwebo tse nyane ba ne ba le teng le bona. Ho hanne fela ha re tla tabeng ya hore batho ba re fe experiences tsa bona ha ba buisana le mmuso wa lebatowa kapa local government. Ile batho ba batlang ho qala dikgwebo kapa ho hodisa dikgwebo tsa bona kapa ba batla mesebetsi. Ho bonahala that experience was not a positive experience. Ke ba kwa le matileno man batho ka ntle ba rasa man. Le batho ba mnyago please ha ba kene ka hare. Mosebetsi o re o etsang batswadi ke mosebetsi o re nkileng dikgwedi, ke mosebetsi o mongata. Jwale tshwantse re tsebeng kaofela hobane ha di tloha ho rona di a mmuso ntho tsena kaofela. Mmuso ba lo isa ko parlamenteng ya province ba lo di adopta ntho tsena, ba re bolelle ba tlo etsa jwang ka ntho tse re di buileng ka jeno. So re di etsa bitsong la lona ha se bohlaleng ba rona. Jwale ke nahana hore nthona tse kutlwisiso e tshwantse re bane le yona ke ena batswadi. Nakong tsa kgale kwana moruo wa naha kapa economy of the country e ne e tshwarwa ke di-national government, ke moo moruo o no tswa teng. But ha o sheba lefatshe kaofela ka jeno 85% ya GDP ya lefatshe e tswa ho dimasepala. So the drivers of economies in the world ke di-municipalities. Ha masepala e shwele le moruo wa shwa. Ha e sa le nthwane ya kgale ya rona le minister wa industry ke yena tla re etela pele. Investment di sa tsamaya jwalo. Investment se di le localeng, se di le ho municipality, di ka hara di-cities. So drivers of economies are now cities. When cities are alive, economies will rise. But when cities are dead and municipalities are dead, le di-family tsona di sala morao. Re utlwaneng akere? Ke ga o ntho re buang ka jeno ke dintho tse ka itsuwang ka hara motse wa rona, tse matleng a rona le masepala tsa rona. Tsena di bate president tsena ka hare ene di a kgonahala. So re tshwanetse re be empowered re tsebe hore ha ona mmuso o tlatlang ho tloha somewhere o tlo solve the local problems. We need to have our own programs tsa local economic development. Jwale itse re bontshana ka di-experience tsa lefatshe kaofela hore di-economy tsa lefatshe di kgannwa ke dimasepala. Ya ba taba re kgutlela tabeng ya masepala wa rona hore ebe ona o tla e kgona taba eo na. Ho bontsha fela ka mokgwa mathata le mangata ka teng. Itse re bua ka local economic development seemo sa yona ka hara dimasepala. Emfuleni sedibeng kaofela tsona mona. Ba tsebang ba kgale ba sebetsa le tsona ba itse ha hona lefapha le useless jwalo ka hara masepala. Ho tabana le motho wa sa tseba ka etsang ka yena ba sa matli mo ba sa matli teng ba mo lahlela ka hara LED ho thuna e ya lefapheng lane le sena mosebetsi lane le re sa tsebeng le sebetsa eng ke ntlha pele. Ya bobedi batho ba di-business ba bontshitse la ho ile le ha ba batla ho thusa ka nnete ka pelo tsa bona tse ntle ha bana bokgoni, ha bana skill, ha bana tsebo ya ho ka o thusa ho ntshetsa kgwebo ya hao pele. So o na le problem tse pedi. O na motho a lahlehileng ko masepaleng a wetseng ka mola, o na le motho a senang tsebo ya mosebetsi wa hae. Jwale ya ba hore ha ntse re bontshana ka tsona dintho tseno ho di-terms of reference ra bana le ntlha tse hlano ya re bontshana moruo wa rona o eme jwang, ke sefe se ka etsuwang le nthona le local government le di-measures tse ding. Ha ke no senya nako, ke tlo batla ho tsamaya ka pelenyana. Ke kopa batswadi re utlwaneng ka ntlha e one hantle hobane sekgowa sena le sona se tsamaya se re bapala mola. Ho bua lentswe le leholo mona ke public participation. Bana ba sekolo ha o ka ba botsa participation ke ba tla re ko ya somewhere ho ya meeting. Sekgowa sena ha o se bala hantle, part e bolela karolo, ho participate e bolela o karolo ya ntho e etsuwang. Ko ka mantswe ntho e re batlang ho etsa ke rona, ha se motho a re etsetsang, ha se meeting, ha latla meeting kwano. Le nka power ya lona le re ka power ya rona re tlo etsa jwang ka moruo wa sebaka ra utlwana. So re tla le thusa, re tla le tataisa jwalo. Ya pele ntlha ya Vaal wa bitsa sedibeng ka nako nngwe. Ntlha ya mona ya pele e ne sebaka se na le difeme ho feta sebaka sefe kapa sefe South Africa. Hobane difeme di-industry di qadile mona tsa hola ho fihlela nakonyaneng e itseng. Fela ka jeno South Africa kaofela batho ba sa sebetseng ho batho ba lekgolo, ho batho ba 100 in South Africa ho na le 32 e sa sebetseng, which means 68 ya batho ho 100 ba sebetsa South Africa kaofela. Fela ha o tla Vaal ke the opposite. Vaal batho ba sa sebetseng ba 62%. 62 ho batho ba 100 ha ba sebetse at all. That means batho ba sebetsang ka hara motse wa rona ke 38%. Ka mantswe a re puo ho feta South Africa hantlentle. Ke 2 times unemployment ya South Africa ke 32%. Ya Vaal ke 62%. Ka mantswe a mang e bontsha hore hona ntwe wrong sebakeng sa rona. Ha South Africa le 32 rona le 64. There is a problem. Ya bobedi ka 2018 President o la etsa commission o sheba hore difeme tsa rona ke eng e ka di etsang di hole le tse ntjha ke eng e ka di tlisang hae. Ka 2018 that report is out. But how e bala report ya teng kaofela e bontsha local economic development ha iyo. Ha o le ArcelorMittal o na le mathata motlakase o na le mathata a logistics a eng kaofela o ya ho mang. Ha o tla o Pakistan o go national o batla o ya haufinyana mona ba bolela hore mafeme ke na mo fana beile re na mathata tjena fela local economic development ya rona e khaleile ha e bontshe bophelo. Jwale le system ena re leng ka hara yona batswadi local government ya rona ho ya ka constitution ntata ha ilela o bontshitse hore e reng constitution ka mmuso wa lebatowa ka baka local government e reng ntwa pele local government o tshwantse be accountable and democratic. Ha o botsa ya rona ya faila with out of 10 in epile ntwe le nngwe fela. Ya obedi ho to local government ke yona tshwantse fana ka ditshebeletso service delivery. Ya rona out of 10 le one o ga se ba fe yona. Ya boraro ho to economic development e matsong a local government. Out of 10 le ga ba fa bokae ke 0 le teng hape. So ka mantswe a maphelo a rona ha o national government. Maphelo a rona ha matsong a provincial government. Maphelo a rona a ho local government. Ra utlwana? National le province ba tla fela o tlo support. Jwale mona ho la tho re bontshe fela ho dintlha tsa pele tse re batlang ho bua ka tsona mohlomong tsa dintho tse sa tsamayeng hantle ke hore provincial government ha ya etsa mosebetsi wa yona. Ba tlile mona about 4 times. They had 4 administrations. All of them ba ke di partial administrator. Partial administrator means as administration. Administration o bolela ho man ho bodile ho senyeile o ntsha ba teng kaofela man. O tlisa motho a tlo bopa masepala botjha. Ha ya etsala jwalo. After every administration we have been worse than before. Every administration out of the 4 they left ba re khutsetsa hona mokoti mona re le teng re se re kene deep le ho feta pele jwale. Election after election, pothole after pothole, walking through the rivers of sewer. Kore ha batla o sewer sa etsebe hore sewer e jwang mohlomong o iqetetse ka bathroom ya hao botsa batho ba Everton batla o bolella ke dino ka tsa sewer fela mola. The street lights ha di sebetse le ka ga tropo ka boyona. You can't do banking at night. How chaisa bosiu o ka ga lefifi makweshini ona forget about them. So ka o fela tsona dintho tsena ke dintho tse batlang hore re lokise le batho la rona hore tle re lokise economy ya rona. Ba re kopile bontate mona ba re bua ka education, learning and teaching. E tla etsa la jwa mabona le siyo dikolong. Ka ga selemo matsatsi e bana ba ntsuwang dikolo ha ona metsi ka ona. Ha o ka wa accounta ka o fela ona. A matelele o feta di holidays. So you can't have education because ha ona electricity, ha ona metsi, ha ona di laboratory. Jwale commissioning ya rona mekgatlo ya business e bontshitse hore ba ntse ba nka bohato bo itseng on their own now hobane local government ha e function ho le ka o bona ba ka tsoseletsa moruo jwang. So re bolela province hore ba tshwantse ba tloetsa oversight ba kopane le di business tsa Vaal ba di botsa hore tjhelete ya lona ile kae, why mesebetsi le si, why le sa tlise tjhelete mo hae, ba tla itlhalosa hore o etsa la jwang. Ntlha e nngwe ke ena e re nana re ka qala ka yona pele hobane re tlhalose hore economic ntho ya bohlokwa. We need to make sure that the LED clusters is reappointed and is made out of the experts, not batho ba sena motho ba batlang. And we are saying that somebody wants a skills audit. Kara local government ya rona a sheba batho bana ba na le thuto e tshwanetseng, ba na le experience e tshwanetseng, ba na le tsebo e tshwanetseng na. So we need to rebuild the LED. Ya bobedi, LED e re nang le yona ena ha ena matla ho hang. So it needs to be better resourced so that even one of facilitating economic transformation. Ya boraro ke hore ho hlahella mona we need better institutions, Chairperson. We need better institutions tse sebetsang together le business le mekgatlo ya ka hara motse ka economy ya rona. Ba ska ba re bolela ba dutse IDP ba re mamela ba disappear. There's no monitoring who ka ke eng ka hara IDP, how much has been implemented and what has been left out. So for that reason, we need a Vaal Development Forum. E leng ya di stakeholders kaofela re kopaneng re bontshaneng what can we all do ka economy ya region ya rona. Ra utlwana? Eno is a broad stakeholder base. But ka hara masepala, they need to establish Vaal Economic Development and Investment Agency. E o tsebang ha o le motho wa business, ha o kene departmenteng ena o batla permit o ya ho yana. There must be one center e o fihlelang ho yona ba o thusa ka di permits le ka ditho kaofela. Ha o batla land ba batlele land bona. So we need an agency. Ya boraro, delivery ya di utilities hona le tse batlang ho set up di structure tse ntjha. Hobane we need money into water, we need money into sewer, we need money into power, and the government hana tjhelete, masepala hana tjhelete. So we need to set up new structures, the SOEs tsa di utility tse tla dumellang ebe tjhelete ya mmuso le tjhelete e tswang ka thoko. Hobane infrastructure ba tlang e ngata, masepala hana matla a tjhelete kapa a economy. It needs to be assisted by private sector. So we need to open up that those utilities and run them differently. And then hona le di projects tsa bohlokwa ha di ka hara motse wa rona. For an example, the Sidibeng regional sewer scheme. The investors are ba khone tlia tjhelete hae. Ha o bula firm hona jwala ka ba bula an estate. Masepala o hana o fa permit hobane o tlo tlisa burden on the sewer system. Kanukeng ka kwana ba blokile all the developments. Hobane sewer system ha e sebetse. But ka 2015 already there was a sewer scheme that was supposed to be built. So let's open up that economy and then remove a red tape. Now, hona le ntlha engwe hape mona e province e seng e lokisitse. Re tlo kopa o tseba hore implementation e tsamaya jwang. If you all remember, ha re bua ka Vaal, ha re bolele on the Gauteng side only. Vaal Triangle ne bolela le ka the Free State, the Saul side. Now, the government tse for di kopane. Fezile Dabi, for the Free State, Gauteng, Northwest, Mpumalanga. Hobane ka ra noka e le nngwe kaofela. Already there's a program, special development framework. So we need implementation that thing so that economy is well whole like a pilinyana. So what we did mo commissioning ya rona, re la ga bontshana mohlomong ke dintho fela tse reng e be ka nnete ba teng batho ba tlang tlisa tjhelete ya bona as private business mo Vaal na. Some of you may not know, in the COVID, 2020, Sidibeng sile sa bitsa in investment conference. Hobane re pisana ka tabena hore ha ona motho ba tlang ho bula firm tse ntjha Vaal, ha ona motho ba tlang ho investa ko Vaal. But ka 2020 investment conference ila bitswa ko Emerald. In one conference, re khona re raise 45 billion rand. 45 billion rand. But after conference, ha batho ba kokota ko masepala ba batla land, ba batla permit, ba batla eng, ba totse masepala how tsebi how to help them. Now, motho wa tla o investor, your municipality doesn't know how to help the investor. That's why re bua re di project di teng. Now, 45 billion rand ena e ne bontsha hore ka tsoseletsa ditoropo tsa rona le makoishini a rona botjha. Urban spatial transformation. Ya bobedi e bonahetse ho infrastructure ya metsi ya sewer ya motlakase ya railways ya di bus stop le kaofela le ona there's a lot we can do it tlo etsa mesebetsi e mengata. Ya boraro on the industrial manufacturing side re na le base ya manufacturing re etsa tshepe re etsa di cable re etsa ntho tsena kaofela Fela, e se le batho ba few ba etsa mesebetsi eno, hobane ha hona tjhelete e kenang. So re bontshitse hore smart manufacturing will work. On the energy side, le agriculture hape. Batho ba business ba kopile re emphasize taba ya agriculture. Le dijo. Agriculture is business. So we need to move up that way. Ya bo 6 ke ya noka ka bo yona, noka ya rona it's an economy. Our river is an economy. Our Vaal Dam is an economy. Re entse program a teng, re isitse ko municipality, they don't know what to do ka yona. And I'm saying it honestly from the bottom of my heart. That's what I do for a living. Nna ke motho wa metsi, ke sebetsa ka metsi. Metsi as an economy. Vaal, the whole Vaal is about water. It is about Vaal ka baka la noka. But ka jeno re tibaditse yona. And then the seventh one, ke tourism. Ha ke no touch haholo ba se ba buile batho ba bang hore batjhaki ba tlang ho rona mona. Rena ra sebetsa le Northwest University. Ho sheba ha tourism ya rona e phahama. E etsa mesebetsi. The number one job creation opportunity ya rona ke tourism. Mara tourism e batla pleke tse safe. Mo batho ba batjhaki ba ngwana sa utlweng ba tsuwile. E batla mo batho ba ba amohelang ka lerato. So le rona as communities, we have a responsibility to be a tourism-friendly region. Otherwise, the tourism detains on, but the criminality, lack of safety, lack of infrastructure, unresponsive government, and so on, yet our tourism is kahola. And then lastly, nto ba tla ngotla tsona ke tsena. Tsa hore ho diphetho tse teng lefatsheng hona jwale tsa green economy. Re na le menyetla e mengata. And le tsona re di tables re di sebeditse re bone ho ka kena tjhelete tse kae ho kae ka tsela e feng. So what we are saying to all of you is not about national government. It's not about provincial government. It's about fixing the home base. And therefore, our understanding is that the district and local municipalities are a waste of energy. We need to move fast towards becoming a metro. So what we are asking the province Kajeno, kore e pasitse ka 2015. Ka 2015 e pasitse. Ka di 30 tsa July we went to the demarcation board ko Pretoria. Ra lo ba botsa ho etsang application ya rona 2015. Ya 2011 actually it was approved in 2015. So when we go for elections at 2026, we need to be very clear. We can't have another 5 years of mismanagement, another 5 years of poverty, another 5 years of no development. And therefore, to bring our people back to democracy, it must be a democracy responsive. Scala postpone to 2030. No. There can't be postponement. Your decision at 2015. 2030. That will be 15 years later. So what we are saying, colleagues, kaofela lona, ke hore re tshwantse le rona re itlame re le setjhaba. Re ska ra fela batla ho etsetswa ke mmuso. Conversation ena kaofela re itse ka di 40th anniversary ya di 3 tsa September. Haebe setlamo sa mahlakore a mabedi. Re tlame mmuso le rona as communities re itlame ka better behaviors, ka better commitment, ka better participation. So that in tse re di buang le skana la re ntate mama o la re tsena abuti mama ha se tsa ka ntho tsena rona re sebeletsa lona re sebetsa le lona hape. So gopo ya rona go ha le khutlela morao back to your townships, street committee, ward committee, block committees, tloelang go bua ka dipolitiki fela. Ha re bua ka ntho re buileng ka tsona kaofela ha di khutlele morao meeting ya rona, because ha re khutla re tlo discuss le lona township businesses, township economy. Where's the language question in our room? Little Pakistan, you can't even take over. Because you have no idea what to do. So we are requesting that part of the discussions are let's migrate from unproductive political discussions. Rediscuss political economy. Politics and economy, what can we do in our townships to build the economies of our places? Oh, sorry. Ke khola fela commission into men ke tlo report mona. Ba molaetsa ona ha o khutla o tlo khutla re batla o utlwa dibakeng tsa lona le khutletse morao le di form di committee tsa economy na. Township economy cannot happen without discussions ya community. Communities must decide ba reka o mang ha ba reke o mang. It's a big decision. The company they are kena ka makoisheneng, they give no shares to black companies. More and more and more white companies are coming with not a single share in the ownership. Yeah, the business thing. Pick and Pay messed up the townships malowa man. Ba ba etsa partnership le bona. Ba ba sile ka re dikoloto kaofela. Ba kwala Pick and Pay ba tla boxa ke ya Pick and Pay. Boxa e fitla lo dia Pick and Pay. Pick and Pay ke the township tuna stores. So we need to understand the workings of the economy. Support the local business e haufinyana le wena. Loa business le ena ha hlomphe batho ba haufinyana ba phelang ka bona. But the local government level, we need a system. We need an agency. Yeah, empowerment that is smaller business arona. For the last 3 weeks, re boneng kaofela. Ho ntse tsoma Pakistan all over South Africa di shopo man. Mar I was very, very puzzled. Ho bona hore ba South Africa ka nnete ha ba tsebe kgwebo. Bona batho ba itse ha ba tswe ke bona ba se ba silently ba se ba re ho no le betirane ba le teng. How useless can we be as a people that we can't even run small shops in our own townships? So I'm saying, let's form a partnership, business, communities, and government. And the SMMEs, ka process president on that one. Let's make it a priority, your township economy, your township businesses, and make sure that those businesses are built and they're built to grow. They're built to be big, and they should generate wealth and riches for our people as well. Re
a leboha. The presentations tsa di commission di entswe kaofela re fitla pheletsong ya mosebetsi. Batjha, I'm sure nentse le mametse mona go tlo bana le di sessions tse ding le lona to prepare yourselves for mesebetsi ena entseng e propose mona. Re fitla itemeng ya e eteletseng ya o qetela ka pele e leng handing over of a certificate of appreciation. E tla etswa ke Comrade Toy, Comrade Mabuti, re fetsa o dumelana ka eng hona jwale. Ha se yo certificate re ne re dumelane mame re dumelane ka go symbolic yo iphile. Linketsa jwa. Ntate Ronjo tla etsa mosebetsi.
Ba heso khotsong hape ka nako ena ne re hopotse hore re tla fumana certificate of appreciation moe ba mmuso wa rona wa province o appreciateang seo bang batho ba Vaal ba se entse ho tloa ka nako itseng ho fihla le nakong ena. Me re fumana hore e ka re tekniki ya ho etsa certificate seo se nkile nako. Mare mohlang certificate seo se fihlang re lo senka ro se hakamane monumenteng wa Boipatong. Ha ona mo re ka se behang teng. Ho na le bao ba reng re se beha ka ofising ya majoro. Empa rona re re ha se ye monumenteng e be part ya those issues that would increase tourism in our area. Ke khola hore ntate Mabuti o le bolelletse hore di monument tsa rona tse pedi tse re tsebang ka hara Vaal ya Sharpeville le ya Boipatong di a kwala ka di holiday le ka weekend ha di bulwi. di tshwana le di-library tsa rona di a kwalwa ka weekend le di-holiday. O ka ipotsa hore na re mofuta wa batho ba jwang mo e bang monument o tshwanetse ka ona re bolele batho history ya rona ka weekend o bo kwetswe hore na re nahana a na hlo tsa rona di nka hantle na. Ke ka hore certificate kapa plaque e tla etsuwang ke provincial legislature o ya mane monumenteng. Me se nka se etsang hona jwale ke ha ke fumana hore le speaker sa rona se ne se le teng o kopile ho lokollwa. Seo se ne se tshwanetse ho etsahala e ne le hore re fe speakera di-commission tsana tsa rona tse 4 ne di-report re mo fe tsona hore ke tsena di-report tse entsweng ke batho ba Sedibeng kapa batho ba Vaal. Mme ka hara di-report tsena ho na le di-demands, ho na le recommendations, ho na le di-proposals, and those things must be done or responded to within a specific time frame. Ka bomadimabe ke bona ha ayo empa hobane chair or deputy chair of the chair o teng re mo rwesa morwalo ona re mo fa di-commission tsena mme re re ho yena within 14 days ho tloha ka jeno re kopa feedback. A ke re itse ha re batla talk show re itse ha re etse talk show so re mo fa tsona re batla feedback and feedback ba heso ha e re ke tlo ntwena ke tlo yetsa. You call people after 14 days, say, I have gone through your demands, your proposals, I'm able to do 1, 2. Then you draw something like a calendar to say, I'll be able to do 1 this time, 2 here, 3 there. Isn't that Wotula or the petition? Harisa fumane response ka 14 days o itse ho rona batho ba Vaal ha ba sebedise petition re tlo uja ka petition. So this is the first petition e re tlo etsang ka deputy chair of the chair re Kunene. We have we took time from our families, we took time from our friends to plan this day. We started with meetings, small meetings in different areas of the Vaal. Up until today, we've brought all our communities, we've brought many of our organizations together so that you could plan this event of today. And then we thank, I'm not doing a vote of thanks, but I'm saying thanks for the involvement and participation of Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So this is the product of you guys giving us the opportunity to assist the government. It is our government. Thank you. We that's that Chair, thank you.
When tsona ntate pele re ya program and to item ya o qetela hona le on jwatsitse lebitso ke le lebetse ke potso kapo ke mang o hlaha ka molaetsa o tswang baneng ba sekolo ha ntse ke bua tjena teng ka tamele hle a ke re se re qetile nna le wena ko jwetsitse le hore ke butsitse tafole e dumetse hore ba ka o fa 5 minutes o hlalose hore bana ba sekolo ko ntse ba re ke utlwile taba se monate tse kgothatsang tsa bana ba reng ba bona ba utlwa ba utlwile ba batla ho ba part of the process, ba batla ho ba part of everything le bona. History ena e ba ntseng ba e bolella ba batla hore le bona ba be part ya yona, one of them or jwang ba batla ho ba di ambassadors. Ke nahana hore ntate o sa tsamaile hobaneng ke ntse ke kopa hore ntse ke bua a atamele ne ke dumelane le ena hore ke tla mo squeezer pele ho etswa vote of thanks. Ntate ke motho a sebetsang ka nako, ke kopa beha taba tsa hao ke se ke entse preamble ya ntho tsohle re jwetsang tsona re dumelane hore 5 minutes. Thanks.
Ke leboha haholo batswadi, lebitso la ka ke Poloko. Ke accredited as a South African host. Ke in the tourism industry. Ke one of the few people ba accredited ka mo Vaal as tourist guides. History ya rona e interesting haholo. The tourists tse yang Apartheid Museum, which is one of the most visited tourism attraction in Gauteng province. Museum o moholo o ka nka about 2 to 3 hours to tour the museum. Empa di tourists tse ngata di spend nako e ngata hona le exhibition ya the 80s. You get to learn about the Vaal Uprising. And ha ba etsa reservation ba batla go tshakela ka mo. Ha ona company e ba e tlo bankang on the tour of the Vaal. Ha ona registered tourist guide. Ba tseba ba tla ka mo o tlamehile motho a tlo ba jwetsang ka history a ba kentse spelling. So bana ba rona be le gore ba ke di tourism graduates ha ba kgone go ba ka thola mosebetsi ka mo ka Vaal hobane ha ona di company tse le gore di attracta di tourists because ha rena di tourist guide. Bana ba rona ba tseletseng ba ntse ba studisang tourism ba ile bo Joburg kapo ba end up ba sa ba changeile di career ba si in the tourism industry. Storytelling is very interesting. History ya rona Vaal ya the uprising ya the 3rd of September hona le bantsa ba hola ho ntso bua di bui mona empa nna nka ba jwetsa ka what happened on the 3rd of September ba tlo kgolwa hore history ya rona e ka attracta di visitors. For example, on the 3rd of September it is regarded as the bloodiest date after 1976 student uprising. This young lady, she was looking at a burning house. She was 23 years of age. She was shot on her head, close range, with rubber bullet. And we la tshwarwa, we la tosharwa ke maburu, o krepole hana popelo, we la ntshuwa ke government ya maburu. Oh, magistrate la mjwetsa hore pele a hengua o nahanang abue mantswe a qetela. Ausono la jwetsa magistrate hore you are going to die before me. And very proud of magistrate la hlokala before yen. To be short, ke kopa o fetisa message di officials seng. Ke bile le bo ntate Tsotetsi ona qeta o bua o la mention meeting wa UDF zone 13. No, it was not in zone 13, it was in zone 11. And message wa ka kuonan, please officials, we cannot be able to see tourists. We are heading to the 10th of December, the signing of the constitution of our country. We are failing to attract tourism. On the 21st of March is national holiday, it's Women's Rights Day. Okay. We are failing to take an advantage. Can you please arrange a course for these young people to be accredited as storytellers so that they can come to you and learn the history and they welcome the tourists?
Ke a leboha pele re thola item ya ntate ntse ke batla go kopana le wena ha re qeta mona ke itse o etse tjena tse ke batla ho kopana le wena. Pele re etsa vote of thanks, ke fumana molaetsa wa hore bagolo dijo di tla fihla, re tswe re dutse ba tla etsa ntho ene ba e entse hoseng, ba deliver dijo tsa lunch and so on. Ke tlo dumella Ntate Thulane Kunene, Deputy Chair ya di committee tsa legislature le chairperson ya rona mona regioning, a tlo etsa vote of thanks. Re butse ka thapelo, re tla kwala ka thapelo Ntate Brits. Oh, Joe, Jojo, Ntate Ronjo. Yo, Ntate Kunene. Ntate no fetsa mfa molaetsa wa bohlokwa jwang. Uri, Comrade Ronjos, uri ho nna, ka letsatsi lona le, o mpa sa tsebe nako, ke birthday ya the late veteran Comrade Sotsu. Ba bangata ba tla mo tseba le mesebetsi ya hae. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to Soto. Happy birthday to him. Ke a leboha ntate.
Ngibonge ku program director uthe uhambisa uhlelo lethu ngendlela enhle namhlanje. Rilebuwe le maponisa ba di ambulance, traffic officers, Gauteng traffic wardens e re ba bitsang mapanyapanya for the drill. Hoseng Relebowe, re na le di former speaker mona. Former speaker me Mokgotsi, she was our speaker ko Mfuleni and our speaker ko Sidibeng. Relebowe me Nelisiwe Mbatha Mwerane, who was also our speaker ko Sidibeng, former member of the provincial legislature and a former MEC, who was also a program director. Relebowe speakers sa Sidibeng, o le nga tlame ra tsamaye hobane bana le council sitting ko Vaal. Le Megente ile lena ona le meeting wa legislature ona jwale ka 2 o'clock. We also recognize the councillor Zazara Ikane, who's been here since morning. And we've got former councillors. One of them, the veteran Rona Meshange, is a former councillor. Meranake, our former MMC and former councillor of finance, Kwemfuleni. Ndatem Vala, former ward councillor of Sharpeville. Relebele ba ruti kaofela ba letlileng to grace our occasion. And most importantly, the Vaal Uprising task team, led Kindate Commander Stompie Mukhele. We also recognize and thank all the families of all the fallen heroes. Batlileng kajeno, utlo hopola letsatsi lena le bohloko, and also a victorious struggle of our people of the Vaal. Nade Mukhele, hanso o bua mona ntse ko mametse hantle. I think Limabuti. There are 4 moments, life-changing moments in the history of South Africa. ki Sharpeville, ki June 16, Soweto, ki Vaal Uprising, ki Wipatung massacre. 3 of the 4, these are Simona Vaal. The Vaal must rise again. Relebuen Datele Tuaba wa IEC for his voter education, and most importantly, sinibonga nonke entenazivuka namhlanje nazihlupha neza ukuzoba nathi la. As a member of the provincial legislature, ningabaphathi bami, you're our bosses. So we thank you as our bosses for coming here. Re tlo hopola letsatsi lena. My program director, my speaker, ke a leboha.
Ho ya ka molao wa tsamaiso ya mosebetsi, ha ke sana next to say. Mosebetsi wa ka o fedile. Jwale a re mamelaneng meeting ona wa ka jeno e ne le wa government. A ke re le a re bona le rona ke wa government, strictly government, a se meeting wa ANC a se nix. Mara ntse re ja ke re tshwantse ne re hopole gore ka tsatsi le leng re kile ra re siaya epito, siaya epito, hey siaya epito, siaya epito, siaya inyova, siaya inyova, siaya inyova, siaya inyova, hey siaya epito, siaya epito, siaya epito. Awadumeli maburu.
Wababiza bonke noha, wabangene nganawe, ngobe mfuliyeza, bonke noha, wababiza bonke noha, wabangene nganawe, ngobe mfuliyeza. Are rapele hle, rata le thole, are rapele. Ho modimo ntate a matla ohle, ntata rona le lehodimong, ntata rona ka lebaka la morena Jesu Kriste. Re tla ka ditanki le diteboho monghadi ho wena. Mosebetsi o qadile monghadi, meqhanya ya hao e bonahetse ka hare ho rona monghadi ya Kgabane. Moya le matla hao mabaphelo ba rona a bonahetse ka hare ho rona monghadi ya Kgabane. Barumuwa ntatela mahodimong ba ne ba rumuwa maphelo ba rona, e ne se barumuwa ba lefatshe lena, empa ebile barumuwa ho tswa lehodimong monghadi o ba kgetha ka mokgwa o ba kgethileng ka teng. Ka ona re a leboha monghadi ya Kgabane
Ke a tshepa le hona o dumela maphelo ba rona hore ditaba tsena maphelo ba rona di kene dipelong tsa rona mme re tla sebetsa ka tsona. Re hauhele ntatana mahodimong re etse ka mohau maphelo ba rona re apese ka matla le ka mohau maphelo a rona. Mohau le lerato le kopang le matshediso a moya o halalelang di tsamaye le ba tsamayang di sale le mehau ena ka Kriste morena. Amen.
Bamba mzalwane o uye